Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Gem, and today we're going to be getting back into developing my game GGG. Now, last we left off, we've completed making images for our humans for the game, or at least, what we're going to use for the humans anyway. I've basically put on mantle of artist for the game for now, um, and we're going to continue working on um, the art assets to make sure that we get that up and running, and then we're going to be continuing with the rest of the game. Now, um, you have to kind of excuse me for showing up a little bit late. I kind of lost track of time, and you know, uh, I did. I kind of rushed to uh, get here as soon as I could. So here, let me put this live. I didn't really even have time to, take a shower or anything. I just completely just. All right. So, we have. Um, so we did all of the animation for the human, so that's done. We don't need to worry about that anymore. Um, so here, let me kind of show this here. So all of our art for our construction, our worker, is done. We don't need to worry about him anymore. Um, here's all of our animation, for facing to the left, facing to the right. We're good. We don't really need to do anything more for that. So, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start moving all this over to our one folder for the worker here. And we're just going to go ahead and, um, organize it in their respective folders and, um, so that if I need to change anything at a future time, I can do so. There, um, some of these images, such as the scared animations, was a little off in that they weren't really centered very well. So I may come back to this at a future time to readjust um, the workers and the warriors because I was afraid um, I was afraid that they weren't really living up to what I needed it to be. So, let's see. Okay, so Axe is forest. Golden is the sunstone. Hammer is general. Pickaxe is mithril, and water is water. I don't actually have a folder for my carry animation. Let me go ahead and fix that right now. There we go. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and organize these in their respective folders here real quick. And then I will go ahead and um, we'll get started on working on the animation for the anime. So let's see. Hammer. X. Water. Okay. And last set. Now each one should have. Oh, okay. I tried to put the carry in the. I forgot that I put like a carry for each individual, and and that may occur later on. I may actually like put a symbol on the carry bag itself just so um, the player knows what the individual is carrying back. Um, Seeing that I have the same uh, I have the same image right at the moment um, for the carry for all of them right at the moment. So if the player's looking at at the human carrying back a sack, they're not going to know what that person is bringing back into town. So um, I may um, I may save that for I may need to add the the resource symbol to the bag in order to um, in order to help the specific um, to help the player understand, hey, this particular person is carrying back water or wood or a mithril, what have you. So All right, but let's see. We have harvest. We have idle. We have scared. And we have walk. And put these in their individual folders as well. There we go. Go ahead and handle all these. Okay. Now, I don't have these separated out by left and right. I may need to do that. Just so, if I need a particular animation for left and right, I can just kind of look at, um, I can just kind of look at all of them all together. So, or I can just kind of say, hey, I need to look at the left animation. So, it just goes to, that particular folder. But then again, with Unity, um, all I need to do is just select um, particular images anyway, so that amount of folder storage or folder separation might not be necessary. So, um, matter of fact, what I'm doing right now um, with the separation of these images, you know, it isn't necessary for Unity either, because these will be um, added to a um, these will be added to a image list that I can actually pick and select, which ones will be actually used for a particular animation. Um, so as a developer, you might not necessarily need to go through this amount of work to, um, as a developer, you might not need to go through this amount of separation or whatnot to make sure that everything's kind of lining up the way you want it to line up. Um, it's just easier in my mind, um, because if I need to go back and work on a particular image for whatever reason, I can come here and know exactly what I'm looking at. So, um, all right. So everything should be separated and in their respective folders right at the moment. Now, we still have, some leftovers, but that's okay. You know, I'm I'm most likely not going to be using any of this. So, now let's see. Yeah, I didn't separate out the warriors facing left and right. So, um, I may need to do that. Like, I may need to kind of create a left and right for these images to kind of isolate them even further. But for now, I think I'll hold off on that. Um, so let me go ahead and let's see. I'm gonna put down a potential problem. Um, Images, animations are not currently separated by the direction that they are facing. May need to uh, create left and right facing folders for all of the animations to separate further. All right. So, um, I'm just saying that this could potentially be a problem in the future. Right now, I don't think it is. I don't think it will be. Um, because, like I said, once again, Unity will be able to kind of help us out in the, adding the images um, into a, you know, into an image list, and then we can actually pick and choose which ones we want to have in our, um, in whatever image set that we want. When we're actually creating the prefabs for these images, we'll be able to handle saying, hey, you know, this is going to be for the idle, this is going to be for the attack, this is going to be for the walking, and then we can kind of um, we can like default everything to like be facing to the left. But if we're going in the direction to the right, we'll be able to kind of switch over, to the right direction. So, okay, so that's gonna be it for that. Yeah. Hmm. I'm seeing this particular problem that I had, and let's see. It's the gun, attack. Okay. Hmm. let's get the Inkscape up and look at this particular problem again. Just to make sure that um, I want to make sure that I'm not like causing myself some problems for this set for later. Um, Apparently, I saw it as a potential problem before. Let me make sure that I have it completely fixed. Um, yeah, I saw that before. Again, not that big of a deal, so I'm not going to worry about that. Um, so let's go ahead and open up these images here. Okay, now eh, to the right has different body positions between image 1 and 3 with 2 and 4. Okay, so I just need to worry about the ones facing to the right, not to the left. So I can go ahead and get rid of that one. So we're going to go ahead and open up all the ones that are facing to the right. All right, let's see. Now I was using a web page to kind of handle um, the animation. So what we're going to do is we're going to open that up and we're going to plug these 4 images into it and see whether or not there was if there's any kind of shifting in the body. Okay, I don't necessarily need the um, I don't need the image kind of uh, like vibrating, in middle of the game or anything like that. I don't necessarily need the player on what the heck is going on with this image. So let me go ahead and log in here real quick. There we go. All right. So all right, there we go. Let's see. Select the 3 images to the right. All right, so we're gonna increase the speed of that. Yeah, see the shifting of the body back and forth is a problem. Okay, so this isn't great. Okay, we need to um, we're gonna need to like, we're gonna need to kind of move the body to a particular position. So obviously That's an issue right at the moment. So let's go ahead and correct this now before having to move on to the enemies. So um, okay, so now the the image facing, and we can leave the position for the 1 and 3 the same. Now, the the value of the X position for the 1 image is slightly different. It's not centered because the gun is pushing out the side, the width of the um, the width of the character. So if I, say, for example, I look here, I have the width of the image here is 66. Actually, can you see that? A little bit. All right. This has a width of 66, and this one has a width of 62. Um, this when I centered these images, because of the width, the width of the image didn't stay in the same location. Like, um, say you take 66 and you split it down the center, and you'll have 33. Whereas if you take 62 and split it down the center, you have 31. So that's what I mean by the center for one image isn't the same as the center for the other image. So we're gonna have to kind of correct that. So um, um, so even though we have the image being set at the same x value, the because of the body not being in the same spot, um, we're gonna have to change, a little bit on that to adjust necessarily, we're gonna have to kind of adjust that. So, um, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and um, ungroup our R2 image here, and we're gonna see where the body is. So the body is at 36. Um, the body is at the same position as what we have over there. So center for this um, is actually the same for what you think is over here. But that's a problem because when we come over here to the first image and ungroup, the body has a different position. So I need to take that number. I'm going to come over here. We're going to regroup everything back up again, and we're going to adjust the position just just ever so slightly. We're going to go and save that. Make sure that there's no issues. Yeah, nothing there. Okay, so now we're going to do the exact same thing over here. Okay, cleanup, no cleanup necessary. We don't need to worry about the um, we don't need to worry about the first and third images. They're the same. So there we go. All right. So nothing to worry about for the cleanups. Yeah, we already did all that. So all right, now we're gonna go back to our image here, and we're going to go ahead and reselect our images facing to the right, and let's see. There we go. So problem fixed. So now this this gives me a little bit of pause in that if I had one of these images slightly off in that, what else could be a problem? Um, so let's see. Uh, yeah, this definitely needed fixing, and we just took care of that. So I'll go ahead and put that down here. Don't need to worry about that anymore. But um, we need to um, I'm probably going to want to take the time to verify that each of these images are the same, or you know, um, you want to when you're doing any kind of animation, you want to try to make sure that they line up as much as they can. So um, so let's see. Um, um, I was thinking about maybe putting down a checklist or something like that so that I can kind of go through all of this, but um, I think we'll just go ahead and um, let's see, we'll just go one by one all the way down. So first, okay, that's looking fine. I don't really see any major issues with that right at the moment. Images to the right, that's looking fine. All right, go to the idle. All right, our image there is fine. Sorry about that. I needed to restart my or continue the playlist that I had. Um, really hate those ads that are longer than 3 minutes. It's like those aren't ads. All right. All right. We did facing to the left. Now we're facing to the right. Okay. We're good there. All right. There's a slight difference in the arm positions for the scared animation. So that may be a potential problem um, later on. Um, but this might also be good as well, seeing that this is basically showing that, hey, um, the guy is so scared that um, that they're kind of waving their arms a little bit and, being afraid. So the slight arm movement there might be fine. Okay, it might be, um, it might, it's, as I've mentioned before in previous streams, these these images might be so far away from what they're seeing um, that they may not notice the arm movement. I mean, if they really want to, they could probably scroll into the game to try to focus on this one particular image, and they may see that slight arm movement, but it might be fine. The player might be okay with seeing that slight change in arm movement. So this might be okay. Um, Here, I'll go ahead and make a note of it as another potential problem, but again, um, I may not need to fix it later. Okay, I may not want to fix it later. So, um, hey there, Strange Worlds. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? It shows that he's running away. Yep, that's the scared animation um, for some of these warriors. So let's see, scared animation uh, for holy book. Arm is slightly moving during animation. May need fixing. Alright. Again, probably won't necessarily need to worry about it later on. But again, you'd leave it as is. Yeah. Again, like I said, I could kind of focus down on it and adjust it to have the same position all the time. Um, Loud and clear, by the way. That's good. That's good. Um, yeah, uh, you might in our discussion, it was probably because I was speaking so, you know, my volume level was low because of the fact that I was out on the loft and that, my roommate's room was like right there. But you know, with me being in this room, I have a little bit more of a buffer and, my voice isn't carrying throughout the entire house. So I can stick with my normal um, volume level. So, all right. So we have that to the left. Let's go ahead and go to our right. Okay. Now this is a slight problem that I'm gonna need to fix. Um, with the body moving the way it is, once again we're having the same kind of issue with um, it's not uniform. So I don't need the image kind of twitching on the game, trying to like uh, when you're moving, when you have an animation that's going, frame by frame by frame, trying to get it, moving to the right. I don't need them going, okay, I'm going to the right, oh, I'm moving back to the left, I'm moving back to the right, I'm moving to the left, you understand what I'm saying. So the body has to be uh, pretty uniform in its position. Otherwise, there's going to be some problems there. So this is where the arm positioning, changing the width of the image, and the fact that I was using the um, center on the vertical axis created a problem. Okay, it created the position of the body, to be slightly off center on the image itself, and therefore causing this kind of problem. So let's go ahead and fix that right away. We're not going to worry about creating, you know, an issue here because I'm going to go ahead and take care of it right now. So, so we have our image to the right. So we're going to go ahead and go to our um, go to the book, scared, and we're going to open up all of our images to the right so that we can fix the positioning of all of these. Make them uniform so that we can correct this particular problem. So looks like it's mainly the third and fourth frame. Well, I still need to um, I'm gonna want to take the position for the first frame and make sure that it's uniform across all of them. Um, because um, I can see that there is still some slight movement in the body, even for each of the frames. You know, you can slightly see it in the first and second frame, basically. You can slightly see this shift, but it's obviously very evident by the third and fourth. So, um, so I need to kind of make sure that it's, you know, same for all of them. Now, I'm using the body as the main focal point of this. So now, what I could do is I could reposition the body again and put it towards the center. Um, but that that might mean that I might have to readjust all the, like, what I could do. So let's go ahead and take our image here. We're gonna go ahead and ungroup it. So I, what I could do is I could take the body here and I could center it and then readjust the feet, the head, the arms, and so on and so forth to try to get um, to try to center the image completely. Um, so, um, but obviously I don't necessarily want to deal with those kind of hassles either because then that causes um, potential issues with feet positions, head position, arm position, all that kind of jazz. So we're not gonna do that directly. Um, Although I could probably use the X value here to maybe reposition everything all together because so let me go to the second image here. So we're gonna go ahead and ungroup this. So right now I'm focused on the body for the first image and I can see that my X value is at 61.5. I look at here and I see 61.3. So already we're having um, a slight difference between the first and second. That's what I'm talking about by the slight difference there. Now we do the exact same thing with the third image, and we're at 60. So there's no consistency with these right at the moment. So um, and then we have the fourth image, ungroup, and it's at 58. So um, so we're gonna need to kind of make this a little bit more um, uniform, but now what I'd really like to do would be to center on the vertical axis based off of one part of the overall image, but I don't know if I can actually go about doing that with Inkscape. Um, hmm, maybe if I do that. Oop, nope. That's not good. Um, yeah, it centers everything. So, what's a good way of going about doing this? I can. So so let me. So what I can do is, you know, like I can um, just go ahead and set it back to page. We'll center this. So I can take this value right here. We'll go ahead and um, put it back to its original position here. We can go ahead and regroup that. But here's the thing. This doesn't change. So um, this is being centered based off of full the full grouping because of the arm kind of moving around a little bit. The the value here um, is good for the full image, but it's not really working for us right at the moment um, because it's not the the center of the image right now. The width is different based off of the um, you know it, I don't know if you can kind of see this or not, but the width for this image, for example, is slightly different than the width of that image. So therefore, the center of the image completely is different. So when I click on the line for the image, center on the vertical, and it's centering the full image, and that's where the differences come into play. Um, so I need to figure out how I can um, reposition everything without causing too much difficulty here. What I may need to do is just do some basic mathematics. So, yeah, let me try to explain here. So, everything is kind of positioned in a um, based off based off of the main body. So, if I select the main body, okay, the feet, the head, and the arm is, relative to the main body. So what I could do is I can check out its value here. Let me record that number down right at the moment. So 90 or the 60.919 right at the moment. Then I will center it, and I'll take that number, and I can just uh, do a little bit of subtraction here to see how much of a shift happened. So um, now I'm not that great with mathematics, but so we're looking at uh, what is it, 24.541, I believe. Let me pull out the calculator and double check that, because I'm just to kind of make sure. So oh, yep, okay. Okay, so we have our we have our shift in the X direction based off the body. Now what we can do is we could select our other values here, and we can shift it by this much. So for example, right now this has this is centered around the 36, you know, 0.378 right at the moment. So what I could do is I could take this value, subtracted by the 24 shift that I'm looking at. And yeah, that I'm gonna have a problem with that particular calculation again, and I shut down the calculator. Haha. Alright, so we're at 36.378 minus 24.541, and that is our position that we're gonna want to have for our arm. There we go. So we'll do that for the rest of these images. Oh, go ahead and group that up. So, we're looking at A6.251, subtract the 24.541 change, and we're looking at 61.71. So we're gonna keep on doing that for all of these. So we'll center everything accordingly. So it's gonna take a little bit of time, but um, it's going to fix the position, you know, it's gonna fix everything in that image. You know, the body's gonna be center, or it's gonna be center of the, um, it's gonna be center of the frame. So, and with it being um, uniform in its position, then we'll be able to uh, correct the problem that we're having here with the shifting of the body. So, um, let's see, we're gonna do 76.174. Subtract the 24, and now we have our new value here. Let's see. A little bit of a pain. Oh, okay. Didn't really mean for that to happen, but it automatically did the subtraction for me. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now that we have that all taken care of, we're going to go ahead and regroup it all back together again. We're going to go ahead and save it. And clean up document just in case. No problems there. Okay, so um, we'll go ahead and close that down for now. We'll come back here. Um, if you change the number, it'll shift the image. Yeah. So we're going to ungroup all that. Now, you know, the use of the 24, 541 for that third image is going to be slightly different than all the other images because the change, the positioning isn't going to be uniform. All right. So for example, we have that value for its current position. So if I center this again, we have it back to, it's slightly different. So we'll go ahead and adjust our value down here. And now our difference is now a different value here. So, all right. So now we have a new value that's going to be uniform for our overall position. So there we go. All right. Whoops. Nope. That's not correct. Let's gather that back up. There we go. Okay. Nope. Let me grab both of those. And 82.899. Okay, so there we go. So now we go ahead and group that all back together again. Save it. Cleanup document. All right, no worries there. So we'll go ahead and close that out. All right, so our value now has changed. So now we have 61.384. And we are going to be centering it to that value. So subtract 36.378. And now we have a new shift value. Okay, so 36.378 minus 25.006, and that's our new value there. So 11,372. That back up together. So we have 86.716. That'll be 6171. Go. And now take these two here. 5.551. New position of 60.545. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and group that all back together again. Save it. Cleanup document. No problems there. And we're going to do that one last time with this. So we are at a position of 61.523. Center that. Alright, so again, same value there. So we have 61,523 minus our other value there, and that's going to give us our 25,145. So now we're going to take all the rest of the images here, and we are going to be subtracting those. There we go. Put that all back together. So we have 86.855. Subtracting that value, and once again we have the 61.71. Select both of those images, and we're going to do 76.778 minus the difference there. We have 51.633. There we go. So now we go ahead and group everything back up together again, save it, clean up document just in case, no problems there. Alright, so the scared war book facing to the right should be completely fixed now. Let's go ahead and verify that. So we're coming back here to our image, and we're going to go ahead and reselect uh, the values again, facing to the right, and there we go. Now I'm checking to make sure that there's no additional shifting or anything along those lines. Our body is uniform. The feet looks like they're in the right positions. I don't really see any kind of like major um, problems with where they are at based off of like the first and third image and so on and so forth. There's no real major difference with the feet. Nothing to worry about with the eyes. Obviously, the arms moving about, but once again, um, uh, we made a note of that here. So if we need to change it, we will. But for now, um, we got what we needed to do fixed. For now. All right. So we're gonna save that for now. All right. Um, so I just finished off um, the Scared War book to the right. So we are going to move on to the walk animation. Let's see if we have any problems there. Alright, I'm not seeing any major issues there. So we're going to go ahead and switch on over to the right. Alright, no problems there either. So we're good. Alright. So everything with the book is completely done for the warrior. So we'll move on to the gun. So, oh, not that one. Facing the left. I don't really see any major issues with this particular image. So we'll move on. Again, I don't really see any major issues in this particular image either. Let's see. All right, so we're good. We're good there for now. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the attack. Let's move on to idle. Face it to the left. I don't really see any major issues here. Well, I do see a slight issue in that the position of the arm is um, slightly changing, but it's a small, very small different change here. Okay, you'd have to really be like looking at the image while in game to really notice this slight shift here. And even then, that's okay. Okay. Once again, we're dealing with, you know, a slight change in position during like an animation. So that's not that big of a deal. It's much along the lines of the scared with the arm kind of moving a little bit. Okay. It's it's a slight change, but it's not going to be that noticeable, or if it is noticeable, it's not it's not something that is breaking the entire animation. Okay, it's not like, for example, the arm isn't like staying in its original position completely. Like the arm is suddenly being ripped out of the body. Okay, so um, so you know it's a slight problem in that there's a shift, but it's good enough. I'm not gonna take the time to try to fix this completely. So we're gonna do the exact same thing, but facing to the right. Once again, yeah, as you can kind of see with the gun, there's a slight shift in that final image there. But again, it's perfectly fine. We're not gonna really worry about it all that much. Okay. The rest of the body, the arm, the head, it's shifting appropriately, so we're good on that. Alright, so we're good with the idle. Let's focus on our scared animation. Once again, we're seeing a slight shift in the arm position, which already kind of worries me for the image to the right. But um, you know, we have our um, this is looking okay. You know, we don't really need to worry too much about this too much. So again, we have the arm shifting back and forth. Uh, and gun arm. Update the potential problem because once again we're looking at a slight change in both of the weapons right at the moment. So if I keep the arm position for one, but I don't change it for the other, then I'm um, it'll it won't be looking consistent. And believe me, when you're doing any kind of like animation, you want to try to keep a certain level of consistency on it. So, if you understand what I'm talking about, like, um, if you're like say you want to animate a person running across the field, right? Okay. Um, you start off with the first couple animation images. Um, well, I mean, like, um, if they're like already running, you want to try to keep the distance of their position to kind of show that the um, that they're running at a fairly consistent speed. I mean, you could probably adjust it a little bit, um, based off of, you know, maybe they're running up a hill, or maybe there's a slight little divot or something like that. I mean, as an animator, you can kind of fiddle with that a little bit. Um, but you don't want to be like, you know, uh, you know, as you're animating, it's like image, 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 and then suddenly image, 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 image. It's or you want to do, you know, image, 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 image. Okay, that's you're missing a lot of the middle there. Okay, so when you're looking at it on screen, suddenly your eyes suddenly adjust because there's a huge jump in the animation, and you don't necessarily want that unless you can somehow explain it in some way. Okay. Um, I mentioned the concept of keyframes last week. Same um, same kind of process. You know, um, you want to make sure that you have, um, when you're, so let me see if I can maybe try to explain this a little bit better. Um, for anyone that, is, for those of us that can kind of see it, for those of us that have dealt with animation before, obviously what I'm going to say um, is kind of old news. Okay, so um, but um, so I'm going to create a new image here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, just a regular square here. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and center it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a straight line. Right. Um, let's see. Can't really see it all that much. Hmm. Alright, well, not sure what's going on there, but so we're going to go ahead and center this, right? Alright, um, so when you're talking animation, okay? Um, so say you have, this like ball over on the left-hand side, okay? Um, and you want it to be on the right-hand side, okay? You're trying to get this ball to go over here, okay? In a certain number of frames, okay? Say like you have like 16 frames in order to get this ball over there. Now you can do like a simple jump, okay? But if you're talking, walk animation or something along those lines, okay? Having a jump from one to the next, you're you're breaking the immersion when you do something like that, okay? Um, you better be creating like a um, superhero, superpower kind of situation where they can just instantaneously teleport. If you're talking like a regular human, no regular human's gonna be able to do that, okay? So, um, so what I mean by keyframes is that um, you want to be able to kind of split up the the animation as it's going along. So you have, your starting position, you have your end position, and you start adding values in the center, between these to show the progression of the animation. Okay. So like, this one's starting with his right foot forward. This is his right foot being placed down, and then there's, the left foot kind of raising up or something like that. But, if you want to keep on modifying this, okay, you can keep on adding images in the center to add additional progression of the animation. Okay. This is what I mean by the keyframes. You keep on adding, additional like frames in the center. So so the main animator, the person that is actually going to be doing the full animation knows, hey, this is where you want to start off with. This is where you want to go to. Now we're going to progress it in such a fashion where you're going to keep on moving in a certain direction. So, and you can do this for as many times as you want to. to kind of show the movement of the ball in this case, to kind of show that overall progression of the animation as you go along. As you're walking, you know, you raise up the foot, um, you raise the leg, you put the foot and leg out a little bit further, you put it back down to the ground. The left leg pulls up, it, you know, it inches a little bit more, and then it eventually goes back down to the ground, and you just keep on doing the kind of movement to show the animation. All right. So that. Hopefully, I kind of explain that well enough so you kind of understand what I'm kind of trying to explain along those lines. So hopefully that hopefully that's helpful for someone, for anyone that is doing any kind of um, you know, um, if you're drawing for the very first time, if you're trying to animate for the very first time, you know, hopefully this helps you understand what I'm trying to say. Um, so now, you know, when you're animating in a game, you you just need it to kind of cycle, okay? Now, like, okay, when you're drawing for something such as like a cartoon, CGI, animation, um, you're trying to animate, you know, whatever, okay? Um, but it's you have different animations over time. Like, you want it to kind of, um, like you want to see the plane kind of like fly past the control tower, for example. You're gonna wanna have the image of the plane kind of keep on moving slowly and slowly across your your stable frame of reference. So obviously there's no cycle that you can kind of do with that plane. Like here in this game, I have it as a single cycle that keeps on repeating itself over and over. But when you're doing any kind of animation, like you need to get from one spot to the next, then you're gonna need to show that kind of progression over time, and that changes. Um, you're changing the position, you're changing the overall perspective of what you're seeing. Um, so what I'm doing here is like a standard like cartoon CGI kind of animation. Um, Whereas when you're dealing with um, game animation, you don't necessarily need to worry about that too much. You just need it to have the same kind of cycle to handle, um, so that you can reuse it over and over and over again. Okay. Um, it would, when you're designing a game, the artists on your team, they're going to be doing a lot of work. Okay. Um, They're going to be designing the background. They're going to be designing your floors, or um, they're going to be designing the characters. They're going to be designing any kind of animations that you might include, okay? Certain animators have, or certain artists have different, um, uh, you know, some artists have talents better than others, okay? Like there might be an artist that's really great on designing the background, what you kind of see, beyond the, um, beyond what you're like seeing up in front. Hmm, let me try to uh, let me create. Okay, here's a good example. Okay, so hey there, Chris. How you doing there, man? Um, thanks. Uh, yeah, I I was kind of rushed this morning, so my hair's a mess. So I figured I'd put on this little beanie here. Okay, so now let's look at this image from Google here, right? So um, let's say we have one artist that's working on this particular individual, this wounded warrior here. Okay. Or Terry Fox. Yeah, I don't know. Let's say we have one artist that's working on the human here. Okay. Running across this particular background. Okay. Now we have an artist that is drawing in the background itself. Okay. Not necessarily the person, but they're drawing in, the clouds, the hills, the water, and even the ground itself. Okay, there might be an artist that is specific to drawing in that frame of reference. Okay, and then, if you have enough team members, if you have enough artists, then you use the background image. Okay, and now the the background image that could shift. Okay, like you could have this particular person kind of staying in the same spot, you know, like he's running across the ground, or he's running, much like this, okay, and you could shift the background, okay, kind of showing that, his movement, has some perspective of moving across terrain, okay? Your main focus is on him, so therefore the background can change. The background can kind of animate. And in that case, you're going to want to take this image here and you want to kind of keep on shifting it, in this case, seeing that he's moving to the left, you want to kind of keep on shifting the background to the right. So, um, so for example, say let's go ahead and um, so let's say this ball here is this particular person running, right? And the red box here is the background. Okay, so what you want to do, okay, if your focus is on the person themselves, then what you want to do is you want to take the background here and you want to keep on shifting it, you know, obviously this is a little bit, off in that it is, um, I'm raising up the image a little bit, but I'm kind of trying to show you the the change that you kind of want to do in the background with respect to the um, let's see, hold on. There we go. Okay, so with respect to the human, you're shifting the background to a point where now the you know now the particular person is with these particular hills behind them, for example. Okay, so and obviously you're gonna want to add in additional details in that animation, so he's not running off into the unknown or something like that. He's not gonna be running off into some kind of space. You're gonna want to kind of keep those kind of hillsides and like that's what the background animator would be doing in that in that regard. Okay. Or what you can do is you can keep the background the same and have the person moving across the background, okay, showing that their movement is actually progressing from the right side to the left side in this particular case. So it's it's all dependent on where you know um, it's all dependent on the camera. Okay, I say camera because um, when you're taking a picture, okay, you're in a particular spot. Like say, hey, I'm I'm standing straight, like I'm standing still taking this picture, and I'm taking multiple pictures, um, staying in the same frame of reference. Okay, and this person is running from the right side to the left side. Okay, my frame of reference is the background. Okay, my camera is staying the same, so as I'm taking multiple shots, I'm seeing the person walking running from the right side to the left side. Okay. If I wanted to keep up with this particular person, like, hey, I'm running parallel to this particular person, taking pictures as I'm going along. I'm keeping the person in the center of my camera, my perspective in the camera, and the background is shifting. Okay, as I'm running along with the camera focused on the individual themselves. So it's all dependent on what you want to convey to whoever's watching. Okay. Um, Now you might want to change the camera a little bit. You might want to change the angle. You might want to change um, where it's kind of rotating and stuff like that. Oh, that's a name and that's a band right there. We don't need you. You can go away. Goodbye. Don't need that message. Thank you very much. Goodbye. All right. All right. Um, so, um, so you're gonna be, it all depends on, um, it all depends on your camera, where you want to kind of show. um, you know, what do you want to show to the audience? Okay. When you're doing, um, when you're doing an animation for like a cartoon or some kind of CGI or something like that, um, you have to kind of take that into consideration. Where do you want the camera? How do you want the camera to move? What are you trying to convey to the audience in that, cartoon, animation, computer drawing, what have you? Okay. Um, and that goes into, the artist, what the artist kind of wants to see. Okay. I just know of it because, I've I've watched plenty of animations. I watch anime and then I've watched plenty of cartoons, Disney animation, Disney films. So I mean, I understand it. I know enough um, about, what kind of goes on in the background of what happens in these animation studios. So, um, you know, I won't do that myself because let's face it, and my drawing sucks, and there's no way that I'm gonna ever do that. you know, I mean, I could work on my uh, if I really wanted to be an artist, which I don't really want to be, I can work on it. I can try to draw, realistic shapes or backgrounds or so on and so forth if I really wanted to. But I don't really want to. you know, my focus is trying to get the um is to program. So um I just wanted to try to um make sure that you understand, what goes into a um what goes into the animation. Like, hopefully I won't repeat this again in the future, but I may. So, um, okay, so let's get back to our um, was without saving. Don't need that. So let's get back into our scared animation for our warrior with a gun, right? So, um, we had him we had him running to the left on that one. Let's look at what he's doing to the right. And I'm afraid, yeah, see, once again, we're dealing with the shifting of the body again. And again, that's a problem when it comes to the um, when it comes to the animation, because if they're moving to the right and they're suddenly like shifting to the left while they're trying to move to the right, it it confuses the player. So we're gonna need to fix this as well. So let's go ahead and go to our um, we're not at the book anymore. We're at the gun. We're at scared, and we're gonna open up all of our scared images for the gun. And we're gonna have to adjust the position again like we did last time. So, right. So, once again, we can we can also uh, we can also kind of work on the scared images, appearing to be off center. Okay. Um, Meaning that the body is so far on the right hand side of the image that we could kind of work on getting the image to be center of the frame and not to the far right or left, you know. So we're gonna need to do what we did for the previous scared animation and see if we can kind of fix that. So we're gonna do the exact same thing that we did before, which is we're gonna go ahead and ungroup our image there. We're gonna take the body, we're gonna take the value, the position in the X value um, for where the body is currently. We're going to go ahead and center it. So now it's in middle of our frame, but because we've changed that value, we're going to have to adjust everything else around it. So why is his eye, why his eyes is blue and red? It's just it's just kind of like a personal choice. Um, you know, the um, I just kind of wanted to make it slightly different so that um, to try to kind of have a little bit of a silly kind of look to them. So that's all. And there's no real reason behind it. I could change the colors to like yellow and green if I really wanted to. Um, I'm just doing it in such a fashion where um, I'm keeping the left and right. Well, I'm doing it. I had the eyes slightly different in that I also kind of wanted to. Um, I wanted to be able to know, the positions of the red and blue eyes needed to be exactly opposite of each other. If I had them in this with the same color eyes, um, it might have saved me a little bit of time in that I can just use one single eye for the animation, and then I can just kind of copy the eye, with like the different positions of them. Um, but I don't know. I just wanted to kind of have a little bit of silliness to it, so there's no real reason for it. Police eyes, yeah. All right, um, so we have a shift in our x value. So um, we're going to go ahead and take our value here, 61.343, subtract the other value. So we had a shift in the x value by that amount. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the other value and the other groupings here, you know, so this value, we're going to take that. We're going to subtract this value here so we can have a shift. So we're going to do 36.378, subtracting the 24,965, and that will give us our new value. So, and there we go. Now the arm has shifted in with respect to the body. So now let's see. Yeah, the head here is not grouped up, so we're going to go ahead and group that. We're going to take this value and we're going to take that, subtract the 24,965 again, and we're going to have the 61.71. And now that's adjusted. So we're going to take the legs here. Nope. And we're going to take that number, subtract the 24, and now we have a new position for that. There we go. Now our complete body has been adjusted, centered. So we're going to go ahead and group that all back together. We're going to go ahead and save it. And we're going to go ahead and clean up the document. So now we're good with that. So today um, today has been looking for a kind of soft body and soft bodies in Unity 2D, but doesn't exist in Unity. Um, you might be able to, um, well, okay, you first off, I'll go ahead and kind of work on your sentence there a little bit, but um, from what I understand, I mean the community with Unity has been growing more and more steadily as you go along. So um, I'm kind of surprised that there's no soft bodies for it. Are you trying to find whether or not something's free, um, or are you uh, looking through like this entire site because um, um, the it might be a little difficult for someone to um, it might be a little difficult for someone to kind of create a soft body um, that's available for anyone to use on Unity. Um, so um, so it might be a little difficult to find. Um, but to say that there's no soft bodies whatsoever, I don't know about that. There might be um, there should be some. So okay. But in terms of your sentence there, let's see. Uh, impossible to find for free. Yeah, pretty much. So, so concerning your sentence there, um, today, um, okay. Has, have, and had are different. There's different. Um, um, that is kind of referring to more of like Um, um, okay, so has, had, and have are all fairly similar to each other. Okay, in that um, um, they're kind of um, it's a possession. Like I have my water. I had my water. You know, um, uh, has is a little different though because um, I don't want to say I has my water. That doesn't really work. And um, um, it, it it doesn't it doesn't really flow grammatically. What's a um, it would be more along the lines of someone looking at me saying, "Hey, he has his water." Okay. Um, so it's like from someone looking at me, um, you know, uh, you know, um, I can see that he has his water, has, so, um, so had is a past tense, okay, meaning that, it's no longer there, or, you saw this particular person, they had their water, meaning that it may no longer be there. He might have put it down. He might have finished off his water. It's in the past. Okay. If I have my water, it's present tense. Okay, meaning that it's like right now, in that particular moment. Okay. So so for your sentence there, today I has been looking, that doesn't necessarily work. So what you want to say is, today I have been looking, meaning that it's more of the present, uh, it's more in the present tense. Okay, you're 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 talking about, you know, something that occurred fairly recently. So, have is more appropriate than has in this regard. Okay. Um, so you'd be basically saying, today I've been looking, so something like that, Um, so let's see. Today I've been looking for a kind of soft. Um, okay. Um, now we're gonna talk about um, soft bodies versus soft body. So um, I'm sure that you're pretty much aware when you do bodies, um, it's a plural, okay? Meaning, um, it's, or at least I could be wrong here, and there, Chris. So take this with a grain of salt, okay? But um, um, when you are talking about like more than one, okay? Um, that is you could be talking about like I believe that's what the definition of plural is all about. Let me look up the definition here because I'm like I said, I'm not exactly um, the best when it comes to grammar in my own language here. So yeah, plural denoting more than one. Okay, so when you're talking about a body, you're talking about a single. You're typically talking about a single amount. Just a single body. Okay, it's not plural. Okay, when you're talking about bodies, that's more than one. Okay, that's you're talking about multiple bodies. Two or more, so on and so forth. Okay. Um. So. Um. So in your sentence there, today I've been looking for a kind of soft bodies. Um. The Your sentence structure isn't working with the plural. It's um 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 I think the failing is okay. I know where the problem is on this. Okay, so here let me kind of copy down this sentence here real quick so I can so uh so we already addressed this. That should be have. Okay. Um, Now here's where the problem lies when it comes to um, the use of bodies. Okay. Um, the bodies is plural, meaning more than one. But here's where the failing is. Okay. Today I have been looking for a. A is typically singular. Okay. It's meaning and um, I am looking for a bottle of water. I'm looking for, um, you know, a pen, a pencil. It's typically referring to a singular object. Sometimes, okay, depending on how you use it. Okay, it's typically a um a, it, it can be okay. It all depends on um how you kind of use it. Okay. Um, but typically a um a typically means like you're looking at one value of it. It's not always like that, I think. Again, this is getting into grammar that I've had my own problems with in the past. Okay, don't take this with a grain of salt. Okay. Um, I don't want to give you um, misinformation on it. Okay. Um, because you can play A to other um, um, it um, you can still kind of apply it in such a fashion where it can still kind of work um, in a plural kind of sense, um, like for example, I could say something like, I have a basket full of flowers. Okay. So, flowers is plural in this case. Okay, but because I'm using a, I'm referring to the basket. Okay, so I have a basket, but I might have a lot of things inside said basket. So it's it could, you know, so you kind of have to be careful with that. Um, so because you were using a kind of, you'd want to do, and you want to change body, and bodies to body. Today I've been looking for a kind of soft body in Unity 2D, but it doesn't exist in Unity. That actually works. Okay, but if you're if you're looking for multiple soft bodies, meaning that you're trying to find soft bodies for like landscape and characters and buildings, or so on and so forth, then you want to change this to say, I've been looking for, like, say, many kinds of soft bodies in Unity 2D, but it doesn't, um, but they don't exist in Unity. Okay, so you need to kind of change up your words a little bit um, depending on how you kind of phrased it prior, because um, they have different, they could have different meanings. Like for example, like I changed uh, doesn't to don't, to don't. Okay, because let's, let me, you know, so today I've been looking for many kinds of soft bodies in Unity 2D, but doesn't exist in Unity. This right here doesn't really flow very well, because um, you're not really showing what doesn't exist. Okay, um, you're uh, you know, uh, doesn't exist. Does Unity 2D not exist whatsoever? Does the many kinds doesn't exist? Does the soft bodies doesn't exist? You don't really have any kind of frame of reference as to what doesn't exist in terms of like many and when you're trying talking about like plural, you're not kind of focusing um, on what's going on there. So when I say when I say they don't, you know, the they um, is referring to the matter of soft bodies. Okay, you know, um, so that's why I use they in this particular context. So hopefully that kind of helped you out a bit. All right. Um, Okay, let's get back into um, let's get back into our animation here a little bit. Okay, so we should be good with our single value then. Yeah, mainline. That's good, Chris. I'm thankful that I can help you out. Again, um, I'm not uh my strong suit is in like mathematics, you know, programming and so on and so forth. So my I didn't do an English major. I'm not. Um, I was ne my English was not. Uh, I had some difficulties when I was kind of growing up, trying to learn the structure, the verbs, the nouns, the sentence structure, and all that. I still have a problem with that. Um, so what I'm conveying to you might have some slight mistakes here and there. Okay, that's why I'm saying, you know, take what I'm trying to tell you with a little bit of a grain of salt because um, I might be giving you um, some amount of incorrect information at points. Okay, I want to let you know that what I'm telling you might not be perfect when it comes to the human grammar, okay, or the English grammar, okay. So just bear that in mind, okay. What I'm telling you, I might get kind of slapped up one side and down the other by someone that actually has studied the English in a grammatical sense. They might be looking at my sentence going, well, Jim, you know, like an English major might be looking at my sentence and going, well, we appreciate what you're trying to do there, Jim, but you have some problems with your sentence structure here as well. So, so just kind of bear that in mind, okay? My grammar might not be 100% as well. So, I try to do what I can, but again, um, it might not be perfect. So hopefully I don't lead you too far astray, but you know, um, I, you know, I don't mind helping you out, but at the same time, I don't want to lead you too far astray on that either. Okay, so we've we fixed our one image here, so we don't necessarily need that anymore. Okay, so we're going to take our second image here. We're going to go ahead and ungroup it. We're going to take our um, learn with a native what can be more good. Um, okay. Uh, Let me. Yeah, I need to fix your sentence there a little bit. So, learn with a native. That's fine. What can be more good? Hmm. That's this right here. The more good. Not. That's not great. um, uh, what you could say is instead of more good, here, let me kind of copy the sentence here. What you want to say is what can be better. Okay, more good doesn't work. Okay, that's the um, you know, you're looking for something that is you're trying to say, um, the you're trying to say good, but you're trying to increase the good, right? But um, when you say more good, there's there's better words for that. So, um, better has that um, same positive connotations as good, and it has the like the increase that you're trying to go for with more. So, this would be a better phrasing of what you're trying to say. So, um, now, what you know, now learn with a native. That's perfectly fine. I mean, it's okay to um, it's okay to learn from from a particular individual on the language because there might be nuances, there might be there might be uh, slang um, that the person may be conveying to you. Okay, but here's the problem with slang. Slang um, might not be grammatically correct. Okay. Slang has a way of shortcutting the language. Okay. Such as, you know, say you go to the southern United States, okay, where they like to say y'all, okay, um, meaning that um, y'all is short for you all, okay, or everybody in the group, okay. So, um, you know, this isn't completely grammatically correct. Okay, so it's a slang term. Okay, it's a way of kind of shortcutting the language in a way. So um, so you might see this more in the um, more in the southeast of the of the United States. So um, that's where that particular phrase kind of you'll see it more often um, down in that particular region of the South. So you may see someone saying y'all in like you know in certain circles maybe or certain areas of the United States, but you know majority of the time it's more focused on regional. So, all right. So we're going to take this value here. Center that. Our value there hasn't changed. So now we're going to go ahead and take our 61.613. We're going to subtract that 36.378. And now we have a difference of 25. So now we have that. So now we're going to take our arm here. And that's in the same kind of position. So we're going to replace those two. So 36.378 minus the 25,235, and we get our 11.1.14, or 143. There we go. Thanks for the tips. No problem there, Chris. No problem. I don't mind helping out where I can. So, alright, so let's go ahead and select the entire human face. We're going to group that all together. Now we're going to take the 86.945, subtract that. There we go. Let's go ahead and, come on. There we go. So now we have 85.780, subtract. So now we have a position of 60.545. There we go. Now we group that all back together again. We're going to go ahead and save it. Clean up document just in case. Yep, no worries there. So we're going to go ahead and close that down. Okay, so let's go ahead and ungroup this guy because we need to change his values. Center that. No real major change on that value there, so we're going to go ahead and do 62.557, subtract the centered position, and now we have a difference. So we're going to take that, and we're going to take that difference and move the rest of the values here. So that hasn't really changed there. So we're going to do the 36.378, subtract the 26,179. There we are. So now we have 10.199. There we go. Let's group that all together. And now we're going to take the 87.889, subtract it from the 26,179 again. And we have a difference of our new position of 6171. So there's that. We have the position there. So we're going to shift it over by the 26 again. So we're going to do 77.724, subtract the 26, and now we have the 51.545. There we go. So everything's been shifted over. We can go ahead and group that all back up again. We'll save it. Clean up the document just in case. No cleanup necessary, so everything's fixed there. So we'll go and close that down. Um, do you have the repository of the project on GitHub? I do, but I haven't updated it in a while. So there's some code in GitHub that hasn't been updated with the code um, that I've changed for it. So um, I'm doing the repository because um, as um, as programmers, as developers, um, companies are looking more and more for people doing um, work in their own time, which um, I've I personally have always had a difficult time trying to um, program on my own. Um, the programming here from home has always seemed to be very difficult for me. I always find myself distracted. Um, I find myself, wanting to play games, watch movies, watch TV, you know, I do other things when I'm at home, so I always um, I mess myself up because I don't take the time to really program that much at home, and that has led me to have a disadvantage in the software development industry because everybody's looking um, for you doing some kind of work. Okay, and I can tell people like, I've done jobs before where I've programmed on the job. I've had two jobs already that has dealt with some amount of programming in some fashion or another. One was with a game studio that, unfortunately closed their doors after their contract, which was over. So my 3 months of working there wasn't much. Um, and then I had another position where I worked with a small development studio. Not in gaming. It was just um, they were helping out small clients. People that um, say like mom and pop stores that wanted to create like a web page, or they wanted to create their own little application, and they obviously didn't have the skills themselves to do it. You know, um, I was hired there, and I was put on a project to learn a brand new language that I'd never. Well, I say brand new language. It was a brand new language to me, but it was an older language that was slowly dying off. Okay, it was it was Cold Fusion, and so I basically learned a dead language from that company. So, or I learned a dying language, I should say, from that particular company. Problem is that I can't show my code from someone else's company. Okay, I can't show that, because it's it's their property. Okay, so um, I can't take the code that I made, that I modified from these other companies and say, yeah, this is what I did, because it's theirs. Okay, so I with GitHub, you can actually, someone can actually show, you know, your strengths as a coder. It's your own portfolio. But because I've always had a hard time trying to code here at home because I get distracted, um, I've never really built up a GitHub, a portfolio for myself to show um, to other companies, like, hey, this is what I've done, this is the code that I've done in the past. I have nothing to really show for that. So when a company says, hey Jim, where's your GitHub? I'm like, I don't really have one. And, you know, they basically say, well, you're obviously not a great coder because there's someone over here that actually has a GitHub. So so I'm doing it now with this particular project, but the streaming that I'm doing, this the Sunday coding streams that I do, okay, um, that that gave me a um, that kind of gave me the structure, that gave me the um, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, it's giving me the structure, it's giving me the drive, it's giving me the focus to kind of develop what I want to develop, create that portfolio. Now, it's slow. I mean, obviously, I could try to do this every single day, on this channel. Um, I could do development, every single day if I really wanted to, um, but and in my mind as well, I kind of wanted to, um, I wanted this channel to kind of have, playing some games as well. I wanted to kind of have some fun with it. So that's why, the majority of my channel, the majority of the days for the streaming has been kind of playing games. But Sundays give me a way to kind of continue expanding my skills out, expanding what I learn, what I can develop, and it allows me get the to kind of build this game up. It's super slow. I understand that. Um, it's for um, you know, um, you know, some people, live off of the coding. They absolutely just adore it. They want to like consume it all, and they just keep on. They, they're like constantly programming and the like. And as much as I enjoy coding, the challenge of it, the creativity of it, um, I don't do it all the time. I don't have that. Um, you know, I'm not that kind of a machine. I still want to kind of enjoy other other content that's out there. Games, movies, and so on and so forth. So, um, you know, um, there are some people that just love to code all the time. I've seen them before. I've seen those kind of individuals before. Once they sit down and they start coding, they go for hours upon hours upon hours, and it can be amazing seeing. seeing what they can develop out of it. Um, and and they don't really get tired. They just kind of keep on plugging away at it, and it kind of drives them to keep on going. Um, and as much as it would, as much as I would love to kind of have that same kind of like mentality, that same kind of drive when it comes to coding. Um, there's it always feels like there's like a little disconnect between it. Um, you know, um, I don't get as much satisfaction as those individuals do. It's kind of hard to say. Um, you know, like I guess you might say it's a different level of joy out of it all. Um, like um, when you're like extremely happy and you're jumping for joy and you're smiling and laughing and so on and so forth. You know, you have that you super like happy level kind of thing, and it's like, you know, that's what I see like the programmers that just consume code. They look at the code and they can kind of see it. It's like if you've seen the movie like The Matrix, it's like um, it's like Neo finally coming to terms um, with the Matrix. He sees the code, he understands the code, and he can manipulate the code. Okay, that's Neo. Okay, um, you know, um, I would be, I personally would be kind of looking more towards like I would like be more towards the Morpheus in my opinion. Like, I still don't mind going back into the Matrix, learning off of it, trying to manipulate it, try to work with it. Um, and I still have some amount of satisfaction from it. Um, but it's not at that same level. If if you understand, it's really hard for me uh, to kind of describe where my mentality is at con compared to like the um, to other programmers. So um, you know, but the thing is that I don't want to stop. Okay, there's nothing so far that I found in coding that makes me want to stop coding. Okay, so um, so I'm gonna continue building up this game, building up the code for this game, and develop something that I want everybody to see. It's taking me a while, and I understand that. Um, you know, but I don't necessarily want to stop either. So, um, and for anyone that feels the same way that I do, then you shouldn't stop either. Okay, keep on plugging away at it because um, you know, so I've kind of said it in the past concerning like other topics, like um, like the um, so there's a mentality out there, okay, that um, you're not you're kind of degrading yourself if you're not pushing for your best all the time, okay, meaning that like uh, I think it was Ninja that kind of said it. Um, so Ninja, Twitch, and um, competitive. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, I forget exactly what he said. Um, I don't know. I can't remember what he exactly said, but basically he was saying something along the lines of, you know, if you're not trying for your best, then, you know, you're not, um, you're not like a gamer. Um, you're not competing or something along those lines. Okay. Um, so, um, I can't remember exactly what he was kind of, or what exact, his exact word choice. Okay. Um, and he's right to some extent. Okay. In that if you're trying to, if you're trying to get into the world of like pro sports or, um, you know, can you write it in the chat? No worries. Here, let me. Uh, he was saying something, something like, if you aren't competitive, you aren't a gamer. I I think. Okay. Um, that might not be exactly what he said, but it was it was similar in term. So meaning that, um, if you aren't trying your best in a competitive environment, then you'll just end up failing. Okay. So, and there's some truth to that. Okay. Um, in that, um, everybody like talks, you have to give 110%, you know, effort into whatever you're doing. You know, you know, that kind of mentality that, you know, if you want to succeed and succeed well, then you have to push yourself, okay? Push yourself beyond um, you have to kind of push yourself beyond that uh, so you can kind of break through those barriers, break through those kind of difficulties that you're doing and that you have. Um, like for example, Chris, um, you are you are putting yourself into a situation that is not familiar with yourself. Okay, you're listening to me speaking English, so you are forcing yourself to to learn the English language for me to expand on your understanding. Okay. So you're going above and beyond um you know the the typical methods of trying to learn a new language. Okay. You're immersing yourself in the language, so you're really kind of um, putting extra effort in trying to really understand um, you're trying to understand language more because you're putting in that extra effort to do so. You know, for someone like me, um, for example, you know, I took 2 years of classes in Spanish. I didn't really do anything else with that. I didn't take that and continue taking extra Spanish classes. I didn't put the time into watching just like a Spanish channel to continue expanding my understanding of Spanish. I didn't take that extra effort to learn the language of Spanish. Okay, so so while I might know, a couple words here and there, um, I didn't take the effort to learn the language in um, in a way where I can actually converse with native speakers of Spanish and understand what they're saying. So, um, so it's the same kind of uh, so it's the same kind of mentality. If you're um, sometimes the best results are pushing yourself to kind of go beyond. Okay. Um, and in some regards, seeing that I'm so one of I basically make excuses for myself, and I know it. I get it. Okay. Um, I understand that um, my drive isn't always there. Okay. I need something to kind of help me, to kind of give me that kind of push or drive or something along those lines. I don't have it sometimes internally, um, in some regards. I need some kind of driving force, myself to um, kind of get from point A to point B in some cases. Okay. Um, it's just how my brain works, unfortunately. Um, and so streaming on Sundays, or streaming these coding sessions on Sundays gives me that driving factor, gives me that push that I need to keep on expanding on my code, building on a game, learning more as I go along. Okay. So this streaming that I do, the streaming that I set up for myself, it's that driving force. If I lost the streaming, then I'd probably be just sitting at home, watching videos, playing games, and not really doing anything. And I hated that feeling. I hated that idea that um, I wasn't I wasn't really going anywhere. So so that's why I decided, have I have the resources for streaming, full time. I had the webcam, from because I purchased it because I was, doing, like Skype calls a long time ago, for example. Okay. I have the I have the computer that could handle it. I had a strong internet, so I basically kind of put it all together. I was like going, why can't I stream? So I set myself up for, like, hey, I'm gonna do a schedule because I want that kind of drive. I want that structure to allow for me to continue kind of moving forward. Okay, continue developing, continue uh, creating, continue um, playing the games that I wanted to finish. Okay, um, because I've played multiple games in the past where I never finished the game off. I found something else that took my attention away from it. So, I went away from finishing those games, for example. So, the streaming actually kind of gave me a way to kind of structure, um, what I wanted to kind of do with it. So, um, so now I can kind of take this. I can continue building the game, building the code around it, building animations around it, and it will eventually, um, lead to something good. I mean, it's a slow process, but everything, you know, whenever you're trying to create something from scratch, there's always going to be some amount of, you know, um, you're always going to have like, difficulties or walls that you have to kind of push through. So, um, I mean, hell, um, I think I uploaded the videos already on my YouTube channel. There was, you know, I think I did, what was it, like 3 or 4 sessions of Sundays just trying to fix a problem on my Unity code because I couldn't figure out what I needed to do in order to get the the particular sprite that I was looking at to be kind of centered on the the hex tile that I had. And so and I couldn't find anything that really was kind of helping me out with that um until a viewer came along and he was like, you need to do these kind of steps in order to get the problem resolved. And that helped me, break through that wall. That kind of helped me break through that barrier. Now, it wasn't something that I myself found. It was something that someone else helped me out with. Okay. But sometimes that's okay. You might not find the answers yourself. You might need someone else to kind of help you out with that. So you might need that coach to kind of uh, help your skills along. So, all right. Boy, I really went off on a tangent on that. So, let's continue fixing our images here. Let's see, we don't need that. Let's see, is there any other? No, it's just this one here. So let's go ahead and oop, I accidentally moved that. Don't wanna move it too much. So we're gonna go ahead and break that back down again. So we're trying to center this and fix our janky animation. You know, the movement here is not great. Just as a reminder for anybody. Um, so we're going to take this value here. Um, we're going to move it to the center, which is the same value there. So we're going to go ahead and take the 60.676, subtract the 36.378, and we have our 24. That's the change in the x direction. So now we're going to go ahead and select our other portions of this. So we're going to look at the 36.378, subtract the difference, and now we have our 12.08. That moved everything accordingly. We're going to go ahead and group up our heads, seeing that that's, um, ungrouped. I'm going to take this value here, the 86.008, subtract it from the 24, and once again we have the 61.71, which has been kind of common with our other images that we have, but you know, always want to kind of work on taking care of that, you know. So it might not always be the same. So I want to make sure that um, I don't mess myself up. So, okay, so we have 60.544. There we go. So now we have everything centered around the body again. We're going to go ahead and group that back up. We're going to go ahead and save it. We're going to clean up the document. no problems there. So we're going to go ahead and close that out. So now we've pretty much worked through um, all those frames. So now we're going to go ahead and go back, and we're going to look at those frames again and see whether or not I actually did fix it. So, and there we go. Body, head is still fairly stable. And they aren't moving or shifting around at all. So, um, the arm is moving obviously, but that's okay. Again, I've already kind of talked about um, the gun arm slightly moving. So um, if if I need to fix that at any particular point in time, I will go ahead and do so. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and leave it alone for now. And the feet are um, positioned perfectly fine. The first and third frames are good on the position of the legs here for the first and third, and then we look at the second and fourth positions, and that's also looking good. So yeah, so we fixed our image here, so we're good there. Um, uh, I don't know if I understand each word. Right now I want to say something, but it's hard for me yet. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I understand there, Chris. Um, if you want to say what you want to say in your own language in Portuguese, and I will use Google Translate and try to interpret what you're trying to say. So, okay? You don't have to keep on talking to me in English. If there's something that you kind of want to convey in Portuguese, then go ahead and do so, and I will put in the effort to um, obviously, I don't want you to, you know, uh, I don't want to keep on looking up Google Translate, during my entire stream. So, I appreciate the fact that you're putting in effort in talking to me in English. I appreciate that. But if there's something that you want to say in Portuguese and you don't know how else to say it, then go ahead and do that. I'm not going to ban you for trying to speak to me, because you're putting in the effort in English, okay? So, okay? All right. So we fixed our scared animation to the right. Um, so um, we have everything kind of done there. So let's look at the walk animation. So, all right. So everything is looking good here. There's no real like major shifting. Obviously, the eyes are fine, the legs are fine. So we're good here. We don't need to worry out about this particular image. Let's go ahead and switch over to the image to the right. See how this one is doing. Same thing. Eyes are doing fine. Legs, feet are doing fine. So there's no real issues here. So we're good with that. All right. So we are good with the walk. So everything in the walk or for the gun has been completed. So now we're going to go on to the spork. And let's see if we're okay there. Alright. I don't really see any major problems with it. The eyes are looking fine. The arm moving up and down is fine. I don't really see any like major difficulties or anything along those lines. Everything is pretty much in the same exact position um, for this. So I want to do it, but Google Translate is so wrong sometimes. I understand, man. I understand. You know, I have to take that into consideration as well. So, um, all right. So that's done. That was looking good. So now we're gonna face it to the right. Okay. Eyes are eyes are fine right at the moment, and it looks like our arm is okay. We don't really have too much issue in the positioning of the arm, you know, between the first and third and the second and fourth. So we're good with that. So, so now we do the idle. Okay, there might be a slight shift in the spork a little bit, but it's not that bad of a shift, if anything. So nothing that I need to absolutely worry about. The legs and the the eyes are perfectly fine, so we're good there. You know. So Chris, if you want to, just feel free to let me kind of deal with the translation if if worse comes to worse. So you know you know um, so if um, you know you are trying your best on trying to get to do the translation yourself, but sometimes it's okay to kind of um, I can try to put in some effort as well, my friend. So okay. All right, so that the idle is good. So we're looking at the scared animations now, and let's see how we're doing there. Okay, so once again, we're having the arm movement here during the scared, and that once again gives me reason to believe that we're going to have some problems with the right animation. The eyes are good, the legs are good, but with the shifting arm, that might change the center. So we're gonna go ahead and try to, we're gonna, facing to the left looks fine. Let's check on facing to the right. Yeah, see it's a slight difference, but the body moving back and forth the way it is, you know, um, moving left and right, you know, for every single frame, that doesn't really help. So we're gonna need to kind of um, we're gonna need to fix this. So um, if you don't mind, translate El Bota Bota. Understandable, man. Let me let's see English or let's see. Portuguese to English. Okay, so he puts to boot. There might be. That sounds like a slang. Let's see. See if there's like maybe a different. Um, he boots to boot. Puts to boot. Yeah, it seems like that's a common translation at the moment. In Portuguese, some words is a verb and an object name. Okay. A verb and a noun, in other words. So, um, so bota, meaning boot, is you're trying to say, um, bota is the verb uh, and the noun in this particular case, or at least I'm assuming that you're trying to say noun. Um, you know, Noun, a word used to identify any class of people, places, or things. So, so I'm making the assumption that um, bota is um, is the um, verb and noun um, that you're talking about. Um, so so from what I can understand from El Buta Boot or El Bota Bota, it sounds like a slang, like a common phrase, um, uh, like someone might say, "It is what it is," you know. So, um, so it sounds to me like it's something that um, down in Brazil everybody kind of understands what you mean when you say that because it's a common like it's a common understanding. So from what I can gather from what you're trying to say on this is that um, it's like a I understand what you're, you know, um, let's see, what's the, um, there's a common phrase that we use here in the States in that, um, uh, walk a mile in my shoes. So, um, so, um, so basically, a common phrase that, someone might say here in the States is walk a mile in someone else's shoes, okay? Or, walk a mile in my shoes, or walk a mile in his shoes, or walk a mile in her shoes, or whatever, what have you. Okay, meaning that you want to try to understand um, if you want to understand what someone else is going through, you have to understand what they had to deal with as well. Meaning, um, the pain, the trial, the tribulation um, that someone is dealing with, that someone is having a hard time with, someone's um, you know, um, you won't know someone's pain until you've experienced the pain yourself. You know, like for example, childbirth. Guys won't really understand childbirth. You won't really understand what a woman goes through in childbirth, you know, because you'll never really feel that pain of childbirth. So, um, nowadays science has kind of been able to stimulate certain pain sensors in the male human body to kind of understand what the female has to go through. And, look up some videos of, like, say, Markiplier. He did it at one point in time. Um, you know, um, let's see, Markiplier giving, you know, um, this labor pain simulator kind of thing. He tried that out himself, and obviously, they were really kind of dealing with it all, but it's it's a slight. It only conveys some amount of what you know the uh, what a female has to kind of go through with that. I at least. Uh, okay, so let me go ahead and translate um, what you're asking me to translate there. So Portuguese to English. He puts on his boots. He puts on his pants. Okay. Um. Okay. So there's two ways that I can interpret this phrase. Okay. Here, let me kind of um, let me kind of write this down here. Okay. There's two ways that I can interpret this phrase. One, um, putting his ah, boots on prior to putting on his pants just causes problems because now you have to get your boots through the pant legs, you know, the pant legs, which, just causes additional difficulties. Meaning like, say, if you put on your boots first and then you try to, you know, try to put your leg through your pants, your boot is gonna get kind of caught in the leg, the pant leg, and therefore you're causing yourself additional problems. You could you could look at it in that perspective, you know, um, as an example, you know, I'm not saying that that's exactly what you're trying to convey there, Chris, but um, I'm just giving you one perspective that I'm seeing from that example. Um, the the other way that I would interpret this would be, um, you know, you are, um, taking the steps to complete one task at a time. Meaning in that you want put to finish the task of putting on your boots before starting and completing the task of putting on your pants. Okay, meaning, um, you want to, you know, you want to, if you want to get something done, if you want to get like fully dressed, then you're gonna want to take the time to, um, you know, you know, take care of like one task at a time. If you're trying to like throw everything onto yourself at the same time, then you may be like, suddenly, having like a shoe on your hand or something like that. You get so flustered, you get so crazy that, you might, you know, uh, you might not, um, you're causing yourself additional problems later on. So now, I don't know, Chris, as to uh, what your what the phrase is trying to convey in Brazil. So I don't know whether or not either one of these two kind of works with this particular phrase, but I mean, um, if you um, if the first is a little bit better to what you're trying to convey, then let me know. If it's the second, then go ahead and do that as well. So, okay. Um, okay, let's get back into our animation here a little bit. Um, so we need to fix the position of the body here because it moving around a little bit will not help me when I put this into Unity. I need to kind of have the body stable, so we're gonna go ahead and fix this particular animation as well. So let's go ahead and work on that. So we are looking at the scared spork to the right. So let's go ahead and open up all these files here and we'll go ahead and fix that. And then I'll probably need to close out the stream after that. Normally I would go till about 6 o'clock, but seeing that I showed up a little bit late today, I'm going to go ahead and stay a little bit longer to at least finish off um, some of the work here. So I wasn't able to get to the enemies as you know um, um, I wasn't able to get to the animations for the enemies as much as I wanted to today. I wanted to fix um, these animation errors for the humans, so I don't necessarily need to worry about them once I do upload them into my game, into Unity, to get um, to continue with the game. So obviously we'll have to kind of wait a little bit longer on that. But so let's go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and oh, god damn it, Inkscape, why? Oh well. Okay, Inkscape crashed on me, so we're gonna have to redo all this. You know, so let's go ahead and get our get Inkscape back up and running again, and let's go ahead and fix our um, let's go ahead and kind of fix these images one after another. Let's see. You know, it has to come up. There we are. Okay. Okay, so let's see. We are looking at the human, warrior, the spork, the scared, and we're opening up the facing to the right. So now, thankfully, the position of the body isn't that bad in comparison um, to the other. Um, I mean, you look at the animation here, and the shifting of the body isn't that bad. At least it's not as bad as the other, you know, animations that I had with the face into the right. So, but at the same time, I can always go ahead and fix the, you know, scared images being off center. So we can at least fix that as well as fixing the instability that we have here. So so first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and ungroup this. We're going to take the main body here. We're going to take the X value, its X position, because we're going to be using that for the difference again. We're going to go ahead and center that on the center it in the frame. So once again, we're going to take that number here and we're going to show the difference between the two. So so we're going to be looking at 60.239, subtract that from the 36.378, and we have now our value here of 23,861. So I take that number and I'm going to be shifting the rest of the grouped images by that amount. So we're going to do 36.378, subtract the 23.861, and this is our new position um, for the arms there. So bam. So now it's adjusted properly. So uh, the entire head was ungrouped, so we're going to go ahead and group that back up. We're going to take the 85.571, subtract the 23, and once again we have the 6171. So that's a common number for the head placement. Let's go ahead and fix our legs. So we're going to do the 75.494, subtract the 23,861, So now we have that position for our legs. There we go. So everything's been repositioned. I can go ahead and group that back up, save it, clean up the document just in case there's any like, you know, uh, I do it just in case there is somehow some little um, paths or something, little graphical anomalies that somehow occur if I because of the shifting. So far, there hasn't been, but I do it just in case. So, okay, so that is now fixed. So we can go ahead and close that out. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so now we're going to do the exact same thing with our second image here. Now, again, the the value here is not the same as the other four image and the other three images. So we're going to basically be doing, the shifting of this. So the value's fine there, but um, the difference might be slightly different. So now, Chris, if you want me to, I can put these particular phrases into the chat. So if you want to know if you're not understanding these particular words, then I can put it in chat for you so that you can kind of copy and look up the definitions or anything like that. But let me know. Let me know if you want me to do that. Okay. I don't want um um I want you to understand as much as please. Okay. I can do that for you. Okay, so here's the first one. And here's the second one. Okay, so let's go back to our values here. So now we have the difference of 23,395. So now we're going to be taking that value and subtracting the 23,395 from it. So, oh, 395. So that's the new position for the arms. So, I'm going to go ahead and group that all together. 5.125. Subtract the 23. Once again, we have the 6171. Grab the feet. Subtract the 83.939 with the 23,395. And we have a new position for the legs. There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and group all that together, save it. We are going to go ahead and clean. There's nothing more to clean, so we've pretty much fixed our image, so we're gonna go ahead and close that out. What's the question, Chris? All right. Let's see. We're going to take this. We're going to go ahead and ungroup it. New position. Center it. Same kind of value. I'll center. I put the boot or where? Okay. It um it's I mean you can kind of use both, okay, but it depends on the context. So um so for here let me kind of copy that. Um, so I put the boot or where? Okay, this isn't exactly correct. Okay, so um put is placement. Okay, or it's you know like I put the water on the shelf. Um I put the water over here. I put the water over there. Put is kind of a placement kind of um is kind of a placement term. So um now um now if you're saying that um like for example, I want to put on my headset, okay? Um you want to phrase it a little bit differently, meaning that I put on my boot, and meaning that uh the the boot was not on your foot, so you're putting the boot on your foot, meaning that you're um, you're putting your foot into the boot. So you know this is you're putting your foot into the boot. Okay. So um, or um, he put on his boot. You know, see what I'm saying on that? Um, Now, after the boot is on your foot, meaning you are currently wearing the boot, um, you'd say, I wear a boot. That's a little odd, in that it's like, okay, sure, you're wearing a boot, you know, but it's not wrong, I wear a boot, okay. Um, you could say, um, I'm wearing some boots. Meaning that, you're wearing more than one. You're wearing, um, you have both boots on your feet. So, but that's like the present tense, meaning that it's current, uh, where is, um, well, where doesn't really have a like a past, a present, or future kind of tense to it. Okay, um it all depends on what words you have with it. Like, um, I want to wear a boot. I'm, wearing my boots. Um, and I wore my boots. Okay, meaning, this is kind of, uh, let me kind of do it in this. This is future, this is present, and this is past tense. So you kind of see the difference between them. Yeah, I'll go ahead and copy this into the chat so you can kind of see it there because I want to kind of finish off my animations here, but okay. So, oh no, wait, we want that one. Subtracting 23.35. There we go. Or changing that. And group that all together. We're going to take that. Subtract the 23,395. And we get the 1876. There's that. Out of those. That. Subtract the 23,395. Take that. Replace that. There we go. So now we can go ahead and group that all back together. We're going to go ahead and save it. And now clean up the document. Nothing to clean up. So we're all done there. So we can close that out. And now one last image. So now we're going to go ahead and ungroup. We're going to take this, which is slightly different than the others. So I'm going to go ahead and center it. There's no real change here. So now we're going to go ahead and look at this and put in the values. 298. Subtract the 36.378. And we get 2292. Okay, so now we're going to take our arm here, which is the the 36 and all that. Subtract the 22.92. We're left with the 13. There's that. Let's go ahead and group everything that's in the head together. Rotate this. We subtract the value. So once again we have the 6171, which is common. So let's go ahead and copy this, and we'll just paste it there. There we go. So now we take this value here, paste that, subtract it, take that value, paste it right back there, and now we have a new placement for our legs. And now we're all good there. We're going to go ahead and group that back up, save it, do a little bit of cleanup, and we are good. So, okay, so now we can go back to our GIF here. And now we can check on how our scared spoon is doing. And there we go. So body isn't moving around all that much. Uh-oh. We have a slight shift in the head. So, um, hmm. Okay, this is slightly different in that we have the shift in the either the first or the third image, and I'm not quite sure. Um, so so we have a problem with the first or third image. So let's go ahead and open up our images here. Our first and our third. Now I know that it's the first or the third because of the feet position. You know, the position of the feet in our image here is kind of showing me when the head shifts. So, but I don't know which one of the two is the problem with the head shifting around. I mean, I could kind of let this go if I really wanted to, but the it's you know I mean, I just tried to fix this, and the fact that there's a slight problem to it again means that you know, uh, the fix that I tried to make didn't really take very well. So I need to figure out why. So so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and unbreak this. We're gonna check our position here, which is 6171. Okay. So we check out this. We go ahead and unbreak that. See, for some reason, this got shifted over again. And I don't know why. It shouldn't have done that. So, so I don't know exactly why it kind of had a problem with the head on the third image, but for some reason um it tried to change it somehow, and that led in the shifting of the head a little bit, and that was incorrect, and I don't know exactly why it was having that kind of an issue, but um, we now have it fixed, or at least one would think we have it fixed. So let's go ahead and reset up the images going to the right here and see if we have any problems. Okay. No shifting the slight shifting the head, so we're good there. Eyes are fine. Shifting in the arm is okay, so we don't need to worry too much about that anymore. Um, so we're gonna look at the legs here and see if the position is correct, which is good. We're gonna look at the position here for the second and fourth. That looks to be good. Same for this leg. That looks to be good. And for the first and third for this leg, that's looking good. So the image has been corrected, so we're good with that. I fixed the body and now the head. Um, okay. Be careful with no and now. Um, let's see. Let me. Um, so what you meant to say was you fixed the body, and now the head. You know, um, if you don't know the definition of both, no is like a shorter term of knowledge, meaning that um, you know the concept, you know the phrase, the word, you know you know what to do. Okay. Now is a um, it's a placement of time, meaning you know now is the time. Now we need to go. Now we need to handle the difficult situation. Now I need to close my stream. You understand what I'm saying? So, but okay. So, okay. So now that we got that, okay. So we got the first and the right and left fixed for the sport for the scared. Um, this is the last set for the warrior. So I want to finish off seeing the walk for these as well. So I've been using Grammarly extension, but it's don't catch the errors. It creates more. Yeah, yeah. Um, it the you gotta kind of well the the problem with the Grammarly is that it might be trying to interpret the words that you're trying to use or that you're using incorrectly, or the translation might be um um translation might not be going through correctly, so you put down the sentence and Grammarly might be like going, oh, okay. So seeing that you're using this one particular word, we're going to go ahead and try to change it to match with what we think you're trying to use. And it's not always going to be 100%. So um, okay, so walk-in animation is looking okay for going to the left. So let's go ahead and check it to the right. And it is looking like we are pretty good going to the right as well. So there we go. It's looking pretty good, so we're good to go. Okay, so um, okay, so all of our warrior is done. Um, we still kind of want to double check all of our workers, but we'll have to kind of wait on that for next week. We'll go ahead and double check the animations for our workers, make sure that it's all kind of lining up the way we want it to. Um, we'll be using our little gift maker program here, or you know, we'll be using this tool, thankfully, to kind of see whether or not we're having a problem with the animation, and then we'll check out um, the workers. I don't think we're gonna be having too many problems with those, but then again, there might be some additional problems. Don't really know. We'll see what happens. But that will have to wait until next week. Then hopefully, if we can get through all those animations, then we will go ahead and tackle the enemy animations. Okay, so I know it's taking a little bit of time to get through this all, but I mean it matters. You want to make sure that your animations are don't cause some unforeseen glitches or confuse the player in some fashion or another. So it's a necessary evil. So, but we are going to go ahead and close everything down here, there, folks. Um, so yeah, Chris, the um, I wouldn't really rely too much on the Grammarly extension um, because you're trying to learn the language as well. Um, the um, the the Grammarly extension I would imagine would be great if you're um, if you know the right words that you're using, if you know well, not necessarily knowing the right words that you're using, but you have a basic understanding of the English language to the point where you're able to kind of make sentences yourself without having to use the Google Translator. Um, I would, um, if I were you, I'd be looking up more, um, how to use English grammar. How to using, yeah, that's nope. Um, yeah, don't bother with that. Uh, use sites that kind of um, focus on like the rules of it. You know, um, that kind of teach you the necessary that teach you the necessary rules. The Grammarly extension won't necessarily help you learn the grammar. As you kind of pointed out, it's just causing you more errors. So, I would look for websites that kind of teach you um, parts of the grammar, you know, slowly but surely. Um, go through some actual exercises, and so on and so forth. Um, learn the foundations. Grammarly extension um, uh, is kind of like like for example, I often see the Grammarly ads showing, you know, this particular sentence isn't grammatically correct, or this sentence might be a little wordy, or you might need to, um, you might need to um, have a different word choice, you know. But th- that's to if you already have a basic understanding of English, you're able to kind of do, you're more in a conversational, um, you have more of a conversational understanding of English to use the Grammarly extension tool so that it can kind of enhance what you already know. But at the same time, don't think of it as something is um, that that's a end all kind of a tool either, um, because um, it might be giving you the wrong suggestions as well. And as an English, as an English native, you know, um, you know, one of the one of the ways that you can work, or for myself, as an English native, I can look at that sentence and I can say it out loud. So, like for example, um, when you said I put the boot or I wear, for example, um, when I say, you know, when I say I put the boot, just hearing it myself, um, makes it sound off. Like it doesn't sound right. Okay. Um, there's something missing in that short sentence. Um, it's 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 not correct grammatically. So if that was a suggestion that Grammarly was making to me, you know, as a change, I'd be looking at it and going, that's not correct. Um, so, so you kind of need to have a little bit more of a, as kind of a understanding of the English language. When you say it out loud, you're like, that that doesn't seem right. Okay, that doesn't feel right. Um, you're not saying it very well. Um, it's it it sometimes it's missing something. So now you're still conveying some you know words to me. Like for example, your sentence there. Um, I've been using the Grammarly extension, but it's don't catch the errors. It creates more. This right here isn't grammatically correct. Um, so that itself is also, um, you know, it that also kind of creates some additional problems. But as a native speaker, I understand what you're trying to say with it, but again, it's not correct. So, so I understand what you're trying to say for it, but it's not the correct grammatical phrase that you want to use. So, so the I've been using the Grammarly extension, which is fine. Um, 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 you could, well, I'm saying it's fine, but it might not be too correct either. Um, this have been using a little bit of a word choice. Um, you could say, I am using the Grammarly extension, or you can even shorten it up a little bit, saying I'm using the Grammarly extension. Um, so you could say something along those lines. Um, um, but it doesn't catch the errors. It just creates more. So that's, yeah, let me post it in chat here. So, um, so you didn't need the second comma here, first off. Okay, because you're already pausing the first section of your sentence with the comma. So you don't need the second comma there. The but is the extension of the sentence. So the fact that you're putting a comma right after it means that you're trying to do another extension upon another extension. So it doesn't really work. So you don't need that second comma in there. Um, uh, you know, the it's don't is what the main problem is for this particular um, section of the sentence. Um, so that's why I said it doesn't. It being the Grammarly extension and doesn't, you know, does not. So yeah, and it might not catch some of your errors. Yeah. But okay, well, we're gonna have to close everything down there, Chris. So and everybody else that's watching. So um, I'm I'm kind of going over. Well, I'm way over my normal call off time. But I'm gonna go ahead and close on down for the night. So all these videos, all these streams will be uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Link is down below on my Twitch channel for my YouTube channel. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if any of those three are interest you at all, feel free to check those out. Um, if you have an interest in seeing what I do on for my streaming, I have a schedule down below on my Twitch channel showing you what games that I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do on Sundays. that's down below. So if you're interested in seeing, like what I'm doing on a Tuesday or something like that, that's available for you. So feel free to check that out if you like. Um, I do these streams daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST, so feel free to stop on by anytime during that. I say that now, saying that even though I got started at 2:30 and now I'm ending around 6:45. I get it, I know. But um, it's that's typically when I stream here, folks. So I apologize for being late, but um, you know the um, it's not. I'm trying not to make a habit of it at least. So um, thank you for the class. You're welcome there, Chris. You're welcome. I appreciate you stopping on by. Um, so, um, so thank you for continuing to come on back. Um, so, um, but yeah, we are going to go ahead and close everything out here, folks. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.